Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the what is it? It's the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, and I've been doing a little bit of work on the demo. I've got a brand new tutorial in the game for people who are going to be doing a lot more directional parries in the game very soon. So you can look out for that. We started yesterday, but I had to leave to go to a show, basically. Now, I don't know, it might be possible for us today to get on to doing some other work. We'll see how we go, but I'm all full steam ahead, all hands on deck for Insignia at the moment. So we'll see what we can get up to. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat so far. We've got a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube. Welcome, everyone. So I do want to introduce you to a brand new character in the game. Please welcome to Insignia, Roberto. This is Roberto. Roberto is a training dummy for chapter 1. This is like, honestly, it's pretty hard to do this. This is not an easy challenge. It starts easy. It's going to be a little mini game. Check it out. So you parry and you're going to push in the direction. And it gets faster every time by a little bit. So 10 is the base level. If you can get to 40, you get the ultimate prize. I'm going to put a lock on that chest, and the key is the 40-point reward. Can you feel it? $28. Pa-pa-pow. It's hard, but I've gotten to 70. So it's possible. Now, there are a few things we have to do to make this work before we can put it in the demo. But I'm going to get through them quickly and see if we can push the demo earlier today. So, the first thing, let's write it down. Let's write some tasks. Oh, hey, Pixels Murphy. No, I had recorded the same tutorial twice. I recorded it once, and then I recorded it, and then I took a bunch of notes and was like, no, it should be more like this, and I recorded it again. Each time was like 2 hours. So there's no second tutorial planned, but do you want another tutorial? Do I know of Tame Impala? I do know Tame Impala. Yeah, they're an Australian. He is an Australian artist, I think. So what would you want to see Pixels Murphy in part 2? What's the kind of thing that you're looking for? Just more? You just want to know more? I mean, I do know what a part 2 would be. A part 2 should be classes, loops, and collections. Maybe even a little bit of recursion. Yeah. We could do that. I would actually love to make that video. Okay. In the meantime, if you want a little bit more direction, there is a YouTube channel that does basically what I just did in that video called Code Train. And Code Train also uses processing. It's Dan Schiffman. He's amazing. In another life, in another life, I could have done a channel that was just like his, where it's just fun programming experiments with cool visual output. I mean, I could still do it. I'd be happy to do it, but the game dev thing is it's a big part of my life. Okay, so we got Mokujin here. Let's get him in the game. So there's a few things we have to do, tasks basically, where we should just start pulling them out of my little task buttons and start typing them out. So the first one is rig up the game to be played in the tutorial scene at the watchtower with an entry and exit condition or whatever. Then we need to refine Roberto animation. That's probably not super important. And then we need some way of re-entering the minigame after the first time. And then rewards. For reward tiers, I think that's it. So it's a bit of a struggle here. And the struggle is that right now he's kind of in the way of the level. So the way that I'm doing the tutorial at the moment is I have two versions of the same scene and I transition between the scenes. And that is fine, except I guess you need a way of entering and exiting very quickly. It should be very throwaway, to go in and do the thing. Because otherwise it's a bit, it's the same place. You're kind of getting in and out. It gets a bit confusing for the game state to manage you being able to enter this scene. Like if you just walk in, is it ever in this scene? When it's a one-off in the game, it's fine because it's just part of the flow of content. But if it's going to be something the player can elect to do, there's a fair bit of overhead of player choice. There should be a would you like to play again or a I would like to exit now. And ideally, you would want it to be in the game as it is right now. You'd want it to just be there all the time and you press a button to start and then you can just play and it's not a big deal. Like there's just no, you fail and then you can just walk away. But Roberto could live outside the tower. Yes, that could be the case. Yes, we could put Roberto here if we want. That's a very different thing, but we could do it. Yeah. It's very scenic. Yes, the tiki thing is Roberto. Correct. Okay. I can figure something out here. I think this is doable. But it might have to be that if you walk up to it at first, it's like Armin says something like, "What is that?" You know, just the first time. And I might give it arms. Right now it's like this. If I give it 2 arms. Well, what I was gonna do was have Wilhelm push the button every time. So he's pushing the button, and you're, you know, attacking every time, and have him just like idling there, pressing it. But if he's outside, maybe it shouldn't be. Can I put them like that? So can I like walk up? Nope. Okay. Okay. Better way to do this would be remove the 2 arms at the start and spin it around. Oh, that's cool. Wait, spin it around. So the arms like come out. They like. Okay, I know what I'm doing here. I'm taking the tutorial and I'm taking the update loop. Am I in the mood to play other games? What other games? Do I know the design Chinese practice dummy Wooden Man? I know that in Tekken 3 there's a character called Mokujin. That's Japanese, but I imagine it's something similar. Is it that Wooden Man? Like a kung fu thing? It's this thing, right? Yeah. I've seen this before. This is Mokujin. So I think it's a similar concept. I think that the idea is similar. All right, let's see if we can get this going. So, okay, we can walk past it. We can get started. But then I always want on game start for engine.player character dot face position transform. Nice. And then we probably could have a zone camera on this. That is maybe a 0.9 camera, really tight one. And we could toggle that. So it's kind of like this. I don't know why that's so large. What the hell? It's so big. The hit stops. The hits me is massive. Oof. Thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you so much. Stop. All right. Button prompt. Why are you backwards, button prompt? That's 1. That's -1. Oh, I guess it's this way. What is cooler here? To have it be on the edge? I think here is probably best. Maybe there. All right. It does increase its speed. So, look, the thing is, now that it's all this, we could make it an arm that punches in 3 directions. We could give it 2 arms. We could make it move into the middle and do that. I think it's fine like this. I think it's nice like this. So then, okay. I gotta update some stuff about the design if it's gonna be outside, which outside is much, much better. Much easier for me to work on. The game state becomes very simple at that point. Hey Cyborg, thank you so much. Something like that, I guess. Where'd my camera go? I think 1.35 is probably better. And put it maybe like that. A little lower. And let's move the score to like right above his head, maybe. I mean, I use Figma mostly for planning. That's what I use it for, just for tracking stuff. Okay, next. I think we want to take the camera away from this. I want it there all the time. And I want to put it here instead of this plant. How do I? There we go. So this can just go away. This can go here. Roberto can go here. Oh. Damn it. I can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know I can get to 40. I know I can. I've done it before. I just have to watch. No, I'm so impatient. No, I'm really not focusing. Come on. All right, I'm not lowering it then beyond 40. If I know I can beat it, if I know I can get past 50, 40 can be the top level. Jesus Christ. Once you get into a flow, it doesn't really get harder. So it's not like, you don't need it to be hard. Oh, why is it like that? Let's try that again. Over here. Yeah, nice. And then this can be a lot wider. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Isa's cat. Yeah, we could do that. All right, so that just saves us a lot of issues here. Rig up the gameplay play tutorial scene. Doesn't need that anymore. Hey, Kriya. How's it going? What is that wind swaying? Is it a shader or a sprite? Depends. Do you mean, what are you referring to? Are we talking about, oh, damn it. I pressed the button. I pressed the evil button. If you press this drop down, Unity closes. You can't do it. It freezes up for indefinitely. If you press play and then you press that button, you have to close and reopen Unity. Do I need funding? Yeah, sure. What's going on, Kriya? You in a position to fund our game? Yeah, well, we kind of, at the moment, like, we are in talks with publishers, but technically still unfunded. We did receive some funding from the government about a year and a half ago, which let me build a team. And currently I'm funding the team. So we don't have a release date until we have like proper funding though. Oh no, because I had to close everything. We lost our progress. All right, let's delete you guys. And then I think he should still be there with everything that he had in it. It was just the scene that didn't get saved, so he should be fine. Okay. What the heck? Hang on. Zoom out a little bit. Cool. Nah. Blue Ocean Games. Have you heard of Bags app? Oh, Creo, no. No, don't be one of those people. Crypto? But you're a Twitch partner. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think that anybody should have to... we'll just respond to this for a second. I don't think that it should be necessary to create a new additional middleman that nobody else is a part of. Like, I shouldn't have to ask for people to invest in a new cryptocurrency just to support me. Do you know what I mean? That just feels like this weird additional middleman that doesn't really... It's sort of like very transparently built around the idea of trying to get more investment into this currency. And I don't like the idea of cryptocurrency. I don't like the idea of there being multiple different kinds of coins and trading coins. Like the idea that the world is just built out of like speculative value going back and forth forever, it just bothers me. I just think that like trading currencies is just like it's kind of fraught in my mind. I just don't like it. And so the idea that like supporting me means buying into a new kind of like fake market, it just bums me out. It is how the global economy works, but it's also not how it has to work. I don't have to be complicit in it. Just like I don't have to be complicit in using AI to generate my assets for my game. I can be a part of the world that I want to be a part of. You know, be the change you want to see. You don't have to like relegate your brain power to just what everyone else is doing, you know? Because actually the point, yeah, exactly what Robin is saying, like the reason why we're in this position is because of market speculation being like a massive global driver for so much investment. It's like so much money, actual value, like that people need to like go through their lives, buy groceries and houses. So much of that is inflated away by the process of just people who have gotten good at playing markets and beating other people. And money just means less over time. But the people who are not investing in random speculative, fake dollars, people who are just working normal jobs, they're getting screwed out of like their money meaning anything. So like you work a job, you get paid a wage, that wage isn't going up with inflation. And inflation is happening because of like ridiculous amounts of spending in completely speculative industries that don't do anything. Like AI and crypto, both of them are, all they do is replace existing industries that aren't broken in the first place. So there's this like disruption behavior that frankly, it doesn't even matter that like cryptocurrency technically could be more secure than fiat currency or blah, blah. It's not important. The point is that just like Netflix is an alternative to Blockbuster, what's important is not the who is on top. What's important is what happens to everybody else during the transition. So like right now, Uber is kind of like a dominating force in like like ride sharing, right? Previously it was taxis, right? In the past you get taxis to go everywhere. Now it's Uber. And for a while, Uber, through speculative investment, was able to mass a giant, iron grip on the taxi ride-sharing market. And for a while, that investment money was allowing them to be competitive, to disrupt that market. And during that time, they basically brought a whole bunch of drivers in, a whole bunch of passengers in. You get people invested into the system. And now, as a business, because people want to make money off of this thing, as a private enterprise, now Uber is not incentivized to provide a better service. Instead, because they have, market dominance, or even if there is competition, there's not enough competition to keep them honest. So instead, what you get is worse wages for the drivers, a worse quality for the riders. There's no regulation because it's all private. So what did we get? We got cheaper rides for a little bit, and then we all got worse, more expensive rides. That's the same thing that happens with Netflix, right? We got great movies for a couple years, all the movies you could want. Now we just get Netflix trash. And all of the pre-existing industry that was set up to make good movies, that's all gone now. Same thing's going to happen with crypto. Same thing's going to happen with AI. When you automate something away such that speculation can drive who is winning, or there's no substance left. It's just like, hey, let's just try and be better at predicting which fake thing is going to beat the next fake thing. It's tiring. I don't want people to have to invest their hard-earned money into some random cryptocurrency, hoping that their support of me is going to pay off because that random, cryptocurrency is better than the next one, or happens to do better on the day that I try to cash it out, Like, I don't want imaginary investment. I want dollars. That's what I pay my team with. I don't pay my team with cryptocurrency. It's just a pyramid scheme. All right. I hope I made my point clear. Okay, so that's fine. Thank you, Swizz. Your suggestion to put him outside basically saved me half a day of work. Roberto will be optional. So I'll have to make it that what we need is a way to block the player from proceeding until after they've scored X points. No, it's not going to be optional. You need to do at least 10. Because if you don't know how to directional parry, you're going to get really punished by the next two enemies I've just added into the demo. You're going to get absolutely destroyed by this guy. And even the Martin are going to be hard without directional parries. It'll be optional to get the extended tiers, but you have to do some. All right, let's do a thing here. So public list. Okay, public quest flag minimum requirement flag. We'll call it success, basic success flag. Okay. And then public int basic success streak. Let's call it min success. Equals 10. And then on score reset. So this is end game. Avengers end game. Okay. Where did the name Insignia come from? Insignia came from, there's a bunch of games in the 90s, a bunch of Japanese RPGs that all had the same kind of naming structure, where the end of the name, the suffix, was ia or ended in a. And a lot of them have the same, it's very similar character designs. So like Terranigma, Tales of, is it Tales of, well, Vesperia and all of the ER games. There's even a game called Zenonia, which is on mobile. There is Gaia, JRPG, Illusion of Gaia, right? Yeah, Skies of Arcadia. Super common. Yeah, even Terraria, I suppose. And there's this very sort of, there's this trope of this like spiky red-haired character you know, Chrono Trigger. Not that has the same name, but there's something, you know, this very similar thing. Secret of Mana. Right, spiky kind of red brown haired character. This is so it's a little bit of like a like a dog whistle for people who liked JRPGs in the 90s. That's the idea, is like back in that time there were all of these games that were very equally inspired by this kind of, you know, Studio Ghibli anime adventure spirit. And so Insignia was part that and part me wanting to name the game based on the thing that you are looking for in the game. So like Elder Scrolls is about like, oh, you like in Skyrim, like you're looking for, like you get the Elder Scrolls at one point in the game. Or like Fire Emblem, it's like the idea of like, this is like a thing. It's not a character, it's like a concept or like an item or something that you're looking for, or that has some sort of symbol of power. So I had kind of already come up with this idea of like the royal. I wanted something royal, so the royal insignia. I was like, oh, I'll just call it Insignia, and that's what it's called. Make sense? I think it's quite cute. I think it's quite neat calling it that way. For the people who it's for, I think they'll get it. For everybody else, it's a bit weird, but I don't mind. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's what I'm going for. So, now comes the part where we have to have... there's a fair bit here that we're changing, so I'm gonna... First things first, I'm gonna take it away from here. Put this back in the game. Take this off. Get rid of this, save this, press play, and it should just run the way that it was before. Okay, so we still have this in the game, and it's not disrupted. We can always restore it if we want. Let's go do all of this, but I don't want... that's actually pretty good. This adds Roberto punching mini game to the game. Adds scoreable and mini game score counter. Okay. Chad, I'm thinking I might buy a new sort of like handheld emulator device soon. I have the Retroid Pocket 2 Plus, and I have it in yellow. I really like it, but it's quite old now. So I'm thinking I might get something that's like 16 by 9, something I can play Insignia on when I'm just chilling. I've got a Switch to, so that's that. Steam Deck we'll have for testing or whatever, that's fine. But I want something that's like pocketable. So I want something that probably does still run native Android or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Just get a bigger pocket. I like this idea of like, say, this big. Like a phone, just about the same size as a phone. But in fact, that's kind of perfect. The RG35XX. I don't think I want Game Boy shaped. I think I want Game Boy Advance shaped. I think I want buttons either side of the thing. Like, I'm thinking Retroid, or there's like the AYN. I don't think I want the Thor. The Thor is kind of, it's too much. I don't think I want a full 3DS. The Iron Neo. Maybe the Iron Neo Pocket. Have I been able to play Insignia on Switch? No, I don't have the, I still need to actually get, I need to get the dev kit. This is pretty cool. It's a straight up phone plus this thing. The heck? Products, Windows, Android is what I want. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Pocket fit. Ah, that's pretty cool. I like this. Air Mini. But it's 4x3. This is cool too. Pocket S2. That's really nice. This is cool. They're quite expensive. This is USD. I want something 16 by 9 that's about 300 US is about as much as I'd be prepared to pay. This is really cute. Oh, I love that. Yeah, USD is more expensive than AUD. 2 gig plus 2G? Oh, 2 gigs of RAM, 32 gig SSD. Ioneo Pocket Air Mini. There's only one person I trust to review these. What's his name? Retro Game Core? Yeah. Dude, Air Mini is what they call there's a CPAP machine called an Air Mini. The ResMed Air Mini. Can I play games while I'm using my CPAP machine? All right. I just want to watch a little bit of this and then we can get back to work. Hey Shetland Paladin, it's pretty good, right? I like the Air Mini a lot. I don't own one. I sort of borrowed one for a bit. It was unused. I used a new one for a little bit and then gave it to someone it was supposed to be for after a thorough washing. I only used it while I was in America, so just for a couple of weeks, but I liked it a lot. I would get one if I didn't have
Mini. Now there is a very unique thing about this device when it comes to Eye and Neo. Often they will make more premium and expensive handhelds, but this one is dirt cheap by comparison. It's between $70 and $80 depending on the spec that you get. I'm not sure what's going on with this company. Maybe they've had some sort of existential crisis, but as it stands, the last few handhelds they have made have been really impressive, and this one is right up there with the rest of them. It's almost like we're in a Goldilocks scenario. They've spent the past 5 or 6 years really tuning in their controls and overall feel, and this one kind of takes all of those elements but then offers it at a price that we've never seen before. And so even though this is the very first truly budget handheld they've ever made that comes in well under $100, it feels like something that's a lot more expensive. They're also using a hefty processor with enough power to play through your favorite classics up through Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and so on with an upscaled resolution.
That's actually super reasonable.
It caps out at around the GameCube and PS2 era, so you're not going to be able to play all of those games, but you might be surprised what this little guy can do for this price point. As you can imagine, we've got a lot to talk about, so grab your favorite snack and drink and let's go ahead and get started.
Which I've already got.
Okay, let's talk about what we have under the hood. So first off, we have the Helio G9T as its processor. And this is an 8-core CPU. We will do a bunch of RAM. It gets up to 60 hertz, so it's not like groundbreaking in any way.
So you do get
but
more
I do
screen.
appreciate the fact that they used a higher resolution. The battery on...
So you could do 720 by... You could do 720p, but it's also 4x3. Yeah, I think I need something... I would go for something a little bit better than that. I do like the Retroid pockets. I think they look really slick. And I could get another orange one if I want. 16-bit. Oh, I love that too, dude. This reminds me of my 3DS. I got the same color scheme on my 3DS. Black's really nice too, with the bezel, the bezel-less screen. What does he say about that? Oh, that looks cool too. Retro Pocket 6 is what he's talking about there. Oh, yeah. I think I watched this already.
Gen 2 processor. That's the same chip that we've seen in a bunch of other high-end handhelds.
I think this is what I want.
Inches in 1080p,
if I can
but
afford it.
It now has a higher refresh.
Look at that. It looks like a little PSP.
Hertz. And like we've seen with previous devices.
Yeah, 1080p screen, 120 hertz. Beautiful.
Rate, it's going to come in handy with retro gaming and will improve input latency on retro games too. The RP6 also has a larger battery. It's now 6,000 milliamp hours, 20% larger than the Retroid Pocket 5. It also supports a 27-watt speakers. Let's do a quick audio sample with various games so you get an idea of what it sounds like. I don't want to temper your expectations too much, but I will say that they sound pretty much the same as the Retroid Pocket 5 and the Flip 2. And like with those handhelds, they're not the best speakers in the world, but they do get the job done.
That sounds good to me. That's great.
Okay, next I did some light emulation and other game testing, but again, I've only had this device for about 24 hours.
Yeah,
so
that's like 300 AUD.
Through my
that's fine.
To see what the experience is going to be like. When it comes to handheld systems, it was exactly what I expected. It's got interesting because we have that CRT beam simulator shader, which gives us improved motion clarity thanks to having 120 hertz to work with. And also because it's a powerful chipset, I threw on the CRT Geom Deluxe shader too, which gives it a 1 frame of run ahead to reduce the overall input latency, but then all the other stuff in RetroArch that I threw at it. The CRT beam simulator shader, the only system had other speed, and so this is
PS2 games
upscale. It looks beautiful on this OLED panel. I've only got 128 gigs of internal storage.
Oh shit!
But I just switched to a 5x.
That's emulating Switch.
1440p with no problem. It only really was once I got to a 5x resolution upscale, play at full speed anyway. So overall, yes, this is going to eat through most PS2 games. games. I also tested some other high-end systems like Wii U and Switch, but I'm going to save those for the review, but suffice to say that they performed exactly as expected with a Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. I also did some PC game testing with GameHub and Game Native, but I was kind of limited in both time, but then also I've only got 128 gigs of internal storage with this particular model. Either way, I tested out Octopath Traveler 2 in GameHub, as you can see here, and this is kind of a middleweight RPG, and it's running just great. I upscaled it to a 1080p, so everything's looking excellent, and then I also capped it to a 30 frames per second experience. I found that 30 was a lot more stable, and it's not quite as demanding, and then finally, to round out my first day of testing, I did some game streaming as well, both local
I didn't care about that.
Anything
cool.
on Android with this in here, done with this on this display about 3 or 4 times throughout my doing this back.
Yeah, it is a little generic. I believe the same thing. I feel the same thing. It looks a little like it looks like a PSP, but it also looks like it could be anything. Whereas I really liked this thing. This is so cute. All right, enough of that. We needed a little bit of a break, and now we can keep going. I don't actually have like any money. Like I'm so poor right now. I have nothing. I guess I could call it a business expense, but still. I'm very limited on funds these days. Maybe I should go get some crypto game funding. So, yeah. Let's get that bag. Let's get that bag, chat. What the heck? Excuse me? Cat scroll. I got 2 of these? No, I only got 1. There it is. Oh, it's such a tiny scene. Oh my gosh. It's so little. What does that look like in the map? Oh, that's okay. All right. There's no release date just yet. What might be interesting is... No, I can't do that right now. All right, I'm saving it. I'm saving it. I am also now... Hey, Tony Chopper, that's a really good idea. Try to get a sponsorship from Retroid or AYN. Yeah, dude. I tested my game on the new Retroid Pocket 6 or whatever. I'd do it. That's a great idea. No, I don't need it from you guys. I don't need to ask for your charity on this one. Like we can either get it from them or I'll figure out a way to get one. But unless it's going to be for the stream, it's not worth. I don't game that much. That's the problem. I don't play that many games. All right. So let's just take a second to think about how we're going to do this. All right. So we walk in, blah, blah, blah. This is just going to... okay. Well, it fades on its own. It's not going to do that anymore. So let's just go... Actually, what we could do is just remove this altogether and just make a new one. So let's make a new one. Sequence player. Sequence. Event sequence. Yeah, I think that would be awesome. I would love to do an Android version. We could do one today even. Like putting the demo on Android, not a problem at all. I've had it running on Android a couple times. You could play it on the phone. It's not unreasonable to do that. I don't have like an on-screen button input. That's the only thing. So, Wilhelm intro punch machine variation. We'll call it Roberto. Roberto variation. Okay, and then we just have to place on... Get rid of this. We don't need that. And get rid of the big trigger in the room. Don't need that. Well, we can still have it there. That's so weird. Okay, whatever. And then this goes here instead. So now we can just write some text and have it work. Pull up the phone keyboard. Just block half the screen. Okay. So, we need just some text, not that. So it's Wilhelm says, well, in a way, it's kind of like we just take the exact thing we've already got. Take this. And duplicate it. So get rid of that. Do that. And then on the intro trigger, we put Roberto variation there. Then we don't actually have to kill the scene at the end. Do I do this full time? Yeah, I do it full time. Yeah, I don't have like a cutscene where they walk over to the thing or anything like that. I could just have him say, go outside and report your score or something like that. Hey, coffee. Okay. This should work just on its own now. Okay. So we need for it to give us rewards. Okay. So Yep. Yep. Just like that. Okay. Did I make these public lists? Yes. Where are you? I got machines. I just have to, there we go. So this is going to be an Orin key. Now the thing is, you could probably cheese this if you already have an Orin key. Maybe I can make like a special key that's like Wilhelm's chest or something like that. Anyway. So this is going to be maybe an apple. And then chocolate bar. And then some design. For something cool that I don't have yet in the game. $10, $20, $40. Your name's Oren? That's cool. Yeah, in this, it is Oren. But it's Oren with an H. O-H-R-E-N. Cool. $10 is like the minimum. You can get an apple every time you do 10. It should basically be like as if you ran through the level and broke all the boxes, but guaranteed. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it could be money. I could give you money. What happens if it kills you? It doesn't kill you because every time you start, it only does... Every time you start, it heals you to full health. And then it only does 20 damage. So somehow if you can manage to get 20 health, it can kill you. But 20 max health. If you can somehow reduce your health down to 20 at max, then I suppose it could kill you. But that's not really feasible in the demo. So, I mean, you can always dodge roll past the enemies, but you can't die here. If you start the minigame, he heals your health to full. So you can't have 20 HP when you play it. You'd have to have your max health be 20. That's what I'm saying. So like, if you can just get here, you will have full health when you start it. But like, anyway, I made the enemies easier. You won't have this problem. You won't have as much of a problem. Don't worry. Don't worry. I got more feedback from people saying the game was too easy than that it was too hard. So, I need to just keep my train of thought. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to do something really, a little fun thing here. When we end, Schedule.state. Have I got like an animation state? Oh, no. I don't even need to do that. It's like... hang on. So what is this? States. List of states. Q state. So I could say public state get game end state. And I could say Q state end state is new Q state. Or you do it like this. You could say return stuff like that. And why doesn't that work? Hmm. I mean, I could just make it a cutscene. It's kind of nice to not have to do that though. If I can do it this way, it's really nice. I'm gonna get there. Okay. So, the idea here would be that we say states.add we basically want to do like a new character animation state, and then I want to say engine dot player character, and then I want to say what the animation is, and then I want just that. I think I want that. So let's create this somewhere else. Hey, Fake Coffee. I achieved it. I achieved 20K. What can I do now? What do you mean? What do you want to do? You want to use it for something? You can. We can do a clinker, or we could do... What are you looking to do, Fake Coffee? A game review. They can redeem it. Well, they can redeem it next time. You're going to bed. Okay. No worries. I'll catch you next time. Okay. So... I think that I think I can do this actually. Do I have a character state that's just an animation state? Okay, so Hmm. Wait, that's not right. It's kind of this, actually. It'd be great if this was not a mono behavior. Damn. Ah, that's really weird. Okay. All right. In fact, better way. Character state schedule. And then this is just some character state. Sorry, I just found something that's kind of interesting. I found a way to store character states inside of the global schedule. So I can make like mini cutscenes that don't have any dialogue, like very tiny micro cutscenes using this feature. It just occurred to me that I could do this. So now I need to do it. So weird. So this is a character state schedule. So now I need character. I need a version of this that is a character state rather than a... Dude, this is crazy. Animation behavior. This is so weird that I'm having to do this. Okay. So back here, we can say states.add a new character animation state. Character schedule with player character and a public character animation state. Animation equals new character animation state. Yes. And this does not have a constructor. But we can sort of make one by doing this, I think. Where we say sheet is this, all that stuff. Frame rate equals 10. Loop is true. Duration equals, 2. Core equals engine.player. Or even just, we don't even need to do that. What's this sheet? Okay. Field initializer cannot reference the non-static field. Really? Wait a second. I probably can do that. I just need... States is a new list. What's this? No. Okay, I think it is just this. And then I can't do this. It's a new class that derived from schedule state, character state schedule. New character state schedule. states does not exist in the context. Why? Why is that expected? List schedule state states equals new list of schedule state. What's wrong with that? Okay, it's nothing wrong with that. Okay, what's wrong with this? Oh, I know what it is. It's this public. Oh. Confused myself for a second there. Okay. Cool. So now what this does, with just like a few lines of code, it creates a little mini cutscene where Armin will like scratch his head for like 2 seconds, and then he'll get the item that he gets for winning, if he has an item at the end. That's actually so cool. Let's have a look. What is the name of this thing? Not that. In the animation schedule. Scratching head bump. Did I not call it? Sit bump. Okay. Sure. All right. Well, I mean, this could work. How often do I take breaks? Like while I'm working, you mean? Okay. Now, why did that break? Oh, like a week off or something like that. Oh, very rarely. So where did we get this problem? So we've gone character state enter, and we're saying, hey, character animation state, animated up play, that. That actually seems all pretty reasonable. I'd love to take breaks like once every 2 months, but I just tend to not. I'm so busy all the time. Yeah, maybe like when my schedule, if Insignia gets finished, the next game I'll set up a much better schedule for myself. I don't know. It's hard. I'm not financially secure, so I don't like. I'll be going on holiday in May. Hopefully, for like a week and a half. I took like 3 days off over Christmas. You know, I'd like to take more breaks. So did it... It looks like we got all the way to here, which is great. I mean, this is a really good spot to be in. But there's a null reference. So what's null? We don't have the animation. We do need to set that up. I don't think we did that right. Charanim.state .s equals s. Can I really not do that here? Right, you can do it. I was just confusing myself. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Yay. Sweet, it worked. Fantastic. That was amazing. Wow. Let's see if we can get to 20. Ah, but it didn't play then. Why didn't it play? Okay. Yes. Queue up all that. Let's have a look at the schedule. See what happens. Okay, that's nice. It did clear up. Nice. Good. Okay, how did I screw this up? There it is. So whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. That's why. Okay. Okay. So then Wait a second. Oh, okay. Now, does this have to be a character? Oh, sweet. Okay. This is for character state schedule. I think that's okay. So. Perfect. Dude, this is so good. I can't break out of it. What happens though if I quit? It's fine. Sweet, sweet, sweet. $20. Let's go. Not even 10. Nice. So there's something else here that's not quite right. If that and we don't have the flag, then do that, and then reward is that, and then... Oh, okay. But we didn't get the key. Hey, Els Dragoon, welcome. How's it going? Sup. We're working on a training mini game for our game. I don't think... How does this work? Let's go check out what we're going to do here. This is punching mini game. Roberto punching. Oh, we might have actually saved it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. Do we get the key? We get the key. Okay. Exactly. Yeah. So maybe we need some sort of thing here where if we haven't met Wilhelm, we don't get to interact with it at all. So the condition behavior is one where we say we're going to toggle the interest interactable on the condition it's true. We're going to turn it on if we have a flag called Wilhelm. I think encounter Wilhelm is the one. If that's true, on load, then we can interact with this thing. Does Wilhelm scream? He doesn't scream, unfortunately. Okay, that didn't work. Unless we have technically met him already. No progress. Okay, that's no good. Actually, I think what's happening is the punching machine is toggling stuff as well, like separately. So maybe we want to take that toggle and we want to also toggle the machine. So where's that toggle? We can condition toggle. We'd have to put these two things on a new game object. Does anything stop you from walking away from this thing once you start? It holds onto a key item until you do it properly. Yeah, that's what's happening right now. Actually, we could just get rid of this and put this. This here, this there, and then these two should be okay. That goes there, save that. This has got the condition toggle on it, so when I walk up to it, I shouldn't be able to do that. Encounter Wilhelm is true. Have we encountered Wilhelm? That's annoying. That doesn't work. What are we rolling with here? I'm pretty sure we're rolling with no progress. Yeah. So then the toggle's not working, or what's happening here? Oh, we're not toggling ourselves. That's not right. It should just be game logic as well. There we go. Thank you so much, Throatastic. Welcome. Okay, so... Oh, that was interesting. Okay. So, in fact, it's pretty much everything except for... Maybe we could put this inside... Well, why don't we just take this out of here? The interest, the game logic, the blocking colliders. Oh, wow. Congrats, Els Dragoon. I hope it works out okay for you. Even the score canvas goes in here. All of that stuff should be toggled off. Oh, throat static. I am so sorry, Throatastic. I looked very quickly over your name and I was like, that's a crazy name. It's only 3 letters. If you just rotate those 3 letters around, it becomes Throatastic. You just take the S and you put it after the A. I was so close. Okay, so now we can't interact with it. I was like, hey, ye shall not judge, lest ye be judged, you know? Okay, so what is that? Give us meet Wilhelm. Okay, it gives us the meet Wilhelm flag. In which case, this condition toggle says we need to meet Wilhelm. There we go. Now we should be able to do it. So we go over here, can't interact. We go over here. Yeah, carved into the log is a good idea. I think we'll do that. Okay. Oh, I don't have a sword right now, but if I did have one, we'd be able to do it there. Combat unlocked. So then I just needed a little cutscene where Armin says, like, what the hell's this? And I think I need like something visual to let you know the game has started or is starting. There's something about it that's not quite right. Like I press the button, there's no response, and then it punches me after a little bit. You know, it's not quite there yet. Needs like a game start moment. There is a if I go back over to here, one of these, I could paste it inside of this. And call it punching minigame prompt. I don't know what that is. Okay. And then this says, what does it say? It says, gosh, these are going to be so hard to do later because I'm going to have to procedurally make these language set. So it's hold, attack, and tap, direction to parry attacks. It's not going to be right. It's not going to be right. It's going to be, no one's going to know what button to press. It might have to be something where it like pops up with the correct direction every time. Just to test it out. Maybe I can have the directions on the bags. like that. This is going to be tedious, and I'm sorry about that. I probably could have just moved to transform. Okay. And then okay, so this requires you to tap down at it. It's a little bit tricky. You're sort of, it's hard to explain why it's this way, but it needs to be this way. It's quite an involved sequence of steps of logic. Okay, that, but with this, that, I could just flip this vertically for now. I'm probably going to update these anyway. Cheat codes. Okay. That's just a sprite animation, and I randomly place it. Exactly. Yeah, you got it. Sorry, you asked that before, and I asked you a follow-up question, but I think I was too late to ask it. No, those arrows should be down, not diagonal down. Yeah, that's wrong. That's the direction it's moving in, but it's not the direction you attack in. Come on, Adam. This should be like a literal up arrow. Okay. Damn it. Perfect. Okay, I think that's better. The directions being on the bags, makes a lot of sense. It means you just hold X and tap directions to parry. You can do this, but holding, you can't do that. So I could do like, nah, it's too hard. Yeah, no. You have to hold it. I could say like while holding. There are ways to do stuff like this that's... I find if I tell you to do it in the order, like if you do it in such a way that the active thing is the last thing that you say, then the player is less likely to just tap the button. If I say tap this while holding this, they'll tap it first and then they'll read the rest of it. So instead you have to say while holding this, tap that. Because people want to execute things in the order that they're reading them. And they won't finish reading before starting. I actually learned this. This is kind of making lemonade out of lemons. My mum suffered like a pretty traumatic brain injury like 10 years ago, maybe like 12 years ago now. And when she was in like early stages of recovery, I was a UX designer and I was doing exercises with her on like basically just brain training stuff. So we'd try to play like the memory game with cards, you know, or you would say, here's a picture, like you'd show a picture of like a beach scene. And you'd say, tell me about what you're seeing. And you'd have to ask questions about the picture. So just testing her perspective, her memory, her attention, that kind of thing. And I swear to God, I could not get like an instruction to her unless I phrased it in the most like carefully worded way so that she wouldn't start doing the thing until after I'd finished. If I say like, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to turn over the cards and then we're going to try to, she'd turn the card. I'm like, no, not yet. I want, like, she could understand. She was like the perfect test subject for this kind of logic because she could understand the instructions, but she didn't have the patience to process all of the instruction before doing it. And people who aren't, you know, people who are like neurotypical or whatever are the same, just to a different degree, right? Like if you just take the brain's resources and reduce them, you're the same person. You're just more impulsive. So the same thing when we're like scrolling through something or scanning a website, you have the same level of attention as someone who's paying full attention but has fewer brain resources. So I guess a nice way to say it would be that she presented like a distracted person. So how do you talk to a distracted person? You have to be very, You have to provide the information in a way that my boss used to describe it. He'd call it progressive disclosure. You only show them the information that gets them to the next step, and then you show them the information that gets them to the next step, and the next step, and the next step. Now here, I'm not doing that yet, but I could make the game. In fact, that's what I was doing in the previous version of the tutorial. You could only start the game if you were holding the X button. So the game wouldn't even begin unless you were doing the first instruction. I think for now, it's a bit of extra logic that I don't really want to do just yet. So I'm gonna hope that I can apply all. I hope I didn't just write that everywhere. Okay. Her recovery was limited, unfortunately. She's my mum, you know. She's the same person. Today, she can't drive. She can't recognize the streets that we live on. She doesn't really have independence. Like her life, she was like a housewife, right? Before that, she had a job and stuff, but she can't really maintain that anymore. So she sort of just does her housewife things for my dad. They just live together, the two of them. So she'll clean and cook and that kind of thing. Things that you can do on muscle memory, she's fine with. But anything that requires more, she needs like an occupational therapist to be with her. So like, I will go on walks with her, you know, once every week or so. And I will lead us around the neighborhood. Because if you just left her in the neighborhood somewhere, she'd just have no idea where she was. But also her judgment's not great, you know, like she sort of doesn't have strategic planning. So if you were to drop her in the middle of the neighborhood, she'd probably be too carefree about asking people for a lift home. You know what I mean? She's sort of like, she's a little bit, she has too much confidence, more confidence than she should have for someone. Like, she's not aware of her limitations. She's not aware of the fact that, like, she can go a whole day and not sit. She doesn't realize that hasn't sat all day, because she's not really paying attention to her own, like, her needs, you know. She sort of goes into these like tunnel vision frames of mind. So, and her sense of time is terrible because she has like short-term memory loss. So she can't like, she doesn't know how long she's been somewhere. You know, if we've been like visiting my grandmother, she'd be like, come on, let's go home. And it's like, we've been here for like an hour, Mum. Like, just wait. She also, because she can't remember, like, imagine if you can't remember what's happening around you, life becomes a lot more stressful because you don't have the peace of mind to know, oh, I'll do that in an hour, and then the next hour later I'll do that. So she'll start cooking at like 1 p.m. for dinner because she can't like mentally sign off on the fact that, hey, at 5 we'll do dinner. It's fine. What time is it now? It's only 12. It's mid-morning. It's fine. She sort of just goes, I got to get through all my things, does them all, and then finishes her day at like 4:30 p.m. So life's kind of stressful for her, but if you ask her how she's feeling, she says she's happy. Like, I don't know what else to say, you know. She has a lower quality of life than I think I would want for her, but her comfort zone's very narrow in terms of like, she won't reach out to friends freely. And she has, sorry to go on about it, she has some terrible habits. And I don't know, do you know, like when someone has gone through something like this, it's very hard to delineate between like the person that they are and their behavior. So I will say, how are you, are you feeling a little lonely? Like, would you want to meet up with friends? Do you want me to help you set up some meetings with some of your friends? And she'll say, yeah. I mean, or she lies a lot. Well, not lies, but she doesn't know the truth anymore with a lot of things. So she'll say, yeah, I messaged them. They don't message me back. And I'm like, oh, like, let's check your phone to make sure that's happened, because there's no way she's going to remember whether or not she messaged her friend a week ago. And then she's deleted all of her messages. Like, somehow she's got it into her head that she should not keep anything stored in her phone. And it's like, you of all people need this the most. Like, you need a log of the people who've called you and who you've called and your messages. And part of me is like, has she done this on purpose? Like, is it a thing that she doesn't even realize that she's doing, but she's doing it to sort of cut threads? I don't know. It's so hard. It's so hard, dude. It's like impossible to decipher, because there's not even continuity between like the frame of mind she's in when she does that and the frame of mind she's in when I'm asking her about it. It's different. So when she's sitting in her bed at night going through her phone, like, who knows what she's thinking? She does this thing. She'll throw out like clothes that she owns that are like really nice, because she thinks, I don't know, she'll sort of be in a moment where she'll think, I don't need this anymore. So I don't know. It's a strange set of circumstances that are very hard to navigate. And ultimately, like, you can only respect what the person wants, because it's their life. It's their, it's her. It's like, you can't force someone to do something they don't want to do, or to not do something they want to do. So it's tough, but my mom, she's still really nice, and I have a good time going for walks with her. I think what she's trying to do is declutter her life. I think she's trying to strip down and simplify so that there's less to remember. Like, if you don't have to remember the conversations you're having with 4 different people or 10 different people, if the message bank is clear, then you can you don't have to keep a mental model of the social mapping. You know what I mean? It's like, for simplicity's sake. I think that's what she does. Same thing with the clothes. It's like, if you can't interpret how to dress your full wardrobe, then you end up just you wear the same thing every day. It makes sense. I do it. I simplify my life a lot when I'm stressed. I wear the same stuff every day, and I eat the same food every day, and I think she's just doing that, but a version that maybe just, it's like a version that doesn't have full sign off. It's not very well reasoned. It's hard. Yo, Shetland. Yeah. I mean, and she was kind of like, we butted heads a lot, like, even before she had that injury. Like, she's very sort of like OCD prone personality. She's very meticulous. Like, it's just a cocktail of factors that you take someone with that kind of personality and then you take away executive function, and it's like, yeah, you just have someone trapped in a routine who likes it. They want that, but they also are feeling the consequences of it and can't really strategize outside of it. I think that, and like I said, like mental things like this are not exclusive. They're not buttons that switch on or off. We're all like, I'm like her. You know what I mean? I struggle with executive function. And so it can be hard. It can be hard because like, I sort of have to ask myself, like, am I not, what's the word? Is my sense of authority over what I think is right or wrong for her well-founded? You know? Because if I struggle with these things, who am I to say that she should listen to me? Very difficult, especially because she's my mum and I'm her son, you know? Very difficult. I spent a lot of time, I think I probably still have a little bit of grief to process on that whole thing. But I spent a lot of time with her when she was, for the first 2 or 3 years. I was just starting Insignia. 2017, 2018. She'd only been home for a little bit. 16, 17, 18. And I spent a lot of time with her and, you know, put a lot of energy into trying to, and a lot of emotional responsibility into like trying to make her life better, you know, or like push her to do things. No, she's not. My mum's like so innocent. She's the sweetest, absolute sweetest person in the world. She's like, it's not like, I know what you're talking about, but she doesn't have like a maladaptive side. There's no like nefarious aspects to her life. She doesn't gamble. She doesn't have the strategic, like she couldn't sign up for an account with like a gambling website or something. She couldn't get that far. Or maybe she could, but like she would forget that she even had the app installed. Like she doesn't have like the faculties to like create a second life, let alone manage her first one. My poor mum. She just, you know, she might like order some skincare products on her phone and then like order like the same skincare products like a week later while the first ones are coming in the mail. She doesn't know how to check her email properly. You know, she doesn't like, you know, someone who was like an elderly person who couldn't drive could still figure out public transport, you know? She can't figure out public transport. We used to like live about a 10-minute walk from some shops. And when she first came down with, she had viral encephalitis. So like a brain scarring from a virus. For the first couple of years, we were still living in the same house we'd been living in for like 25 years, 30 years. So a lot of the muscle memory was actually still kind of good for where she was. And then we moved about 5 years later. So nowadays, she doesn't have anything. But back then, she could kind of fumble her way towards the shops. It's like, I turn left, I turn left, I turn right. She's like, she would like remember it as a series of lefts and rights, which is like, what's that worth? But she could kind of stumble her way there. But you couldn't install a better strategy. There was no better way. You couldn't draw a map. She wouldn't use it, you know? Anyway, that's my mum. Like I said, still, she's honestly one of the nicest people like I've ever met, still. And I don't mean that just because she's my mum. Like she's such a generous person. She's yeah, she's like infinitely kind towards other people. She's not that very nice to herself. That's all. Yeah. So, I've fully derailed today. Maybe because it's Friday, we just aren't going to get as much done as we want. It's so hot in this room. We got reward tiers done. That's done. We need a way to block the player from proceeding until after they've scored X points. We've done that. We are getting through it. I just don't really want to work much more today. I think I have to listen to myself. If I'm procrastinating, it's probably for a reason. I'm going to put the air on. I'll be back in a bit. Actually, I'm going to take a longer break. I'll be back in like 10. Yo, we're back. All right. So I guess we need to figure out what he's going to say when we get back. There's the post-amble. Okay, so post-amble should play anytime you've learned parry. Okay, well, what we could do is we could take the min reward flag, delete that, and then in punching bag guy, call it learned parry, and then that's just going to hook up exactly the same way. So there'll be a flag that's missing. So it's learned parry, which is perfect because obviously that's what we're doing here. Okay. So if I talk to him now, nothing should happen. There's another way. I have a second cutscene to lock you into it. Perfect. Okay, so we do this. Then we go out. Then we do this, and we do 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom. But we got the key. And then... Nice, that's it. Sweet. Okay, so the next thing is there should be a door here. And this door should require for us to have learned parry in order to go through it. So the door usually has a key. There's a flag, some sort of flag. Is there a flag? Listeners, appearance. Is there a condition? Appearance, collider, required flag. Learn parry. Perfect. And then I just need to make it so that he has some sort of like repetitive... What's this tutorial preamble? Yeah. Let's get rid of this. And then we'll say this can repeat. This does not do anything. Okay. So I can talk to him. Can't go through here. Interesting that it doesn't say anything, but that's okay. And then we can come over here. 1, 2, let's go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it didn't. Oh my gosh. What did I do wrong that time? Did I not give the flag correctly? Hang on a second. Low and parry, quest flag. What's wrong with that? Something failed just now. Begin sequence. Okay, everything's fine. Okay, all good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I don't know what that bug was, and I'm scared that it existed. No Rest for the Wicked? I was interested in it. It looks really cool, but I haven't played it. Okay, now we can leave. Okay, well, that seems to have worked. All right, so the next thing is we will need to, it's Armin's reflex ability. The reflex attacks have this thing where they're supposed to slow down time, and I want them to, just not against the Mokujin. Because if I do it, I feel like it breaks the flow. Let's find out. Let's see what it feels like. It's no good. Actually, hey, is there No Rest for the Wicked on Switch too? I don't think so. Because I like their previous game. What did they make before that? Moon Studios. They made something really good, right? Ori. Yeah, I wanted to play Ori. Is it on Switch too? Because we've been looking for something to play. cool. It's finally announced. Who would like to see No Rest for the Wicked on Switch 2? Nice. So it might be announced soon. It's still in early access. So when's the release date? Oh, it says early access there. Very positive reviews. Nice. And it's already made $32 million. Jesus. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to play it. Maybe we could play it on... I love the idea of like a top-down Souls game like this. Animations are so smooth. I would work for these guys. Oh, geez, that's a bit scary. I love the unique art style. There's so much about this game that's just like dripping with, like just worthiness of my attention. You know, like as a gamer. Look at this thing. It's got personality. It's got a unique art style. It's got really cool, interesting combat. It's beautiful. It's so painterly as well. I don't know how they do a lot of the... Like, it's so textured. Beautiful. Jesus. Look at the acting, dude. I really wanted to make a game that has this kind of vibe to it, too. Like, how do they do this? That's a painting.
Turned our island against itself.
It's like they painted. It's like they took a frame, painted the frame, and then modeled the painting over the frame. Like they used the frame as the texture. They used the painting as the texture. And you can see that it's 3D, but you can tell that they don't want the characters to move because the lighting's baked in on them. So like it was this frame here looked really good. Even that. Like this. Like that looks very flat. But it also looks 3D. It's almost got that Telltale Games look to it. You know, like you can tell if you rotated this character 45 degrees, something would be wrong. It just doesn't look like it's supposed to be from that angle. Same with this. Like this, this is a painting, but it's 3D too. Very strange. But then this has got that rotated a lot. Like this shadow here, that's not a light, is it? It's a little uncanny, but I think the art style being so drastic helps. Like that looks like someone painted it. If this as a still frame, it looks like a Photoshop painting. But it looks like somebody then took the Photoshop painting and wrapped it around a model. It's probably not that, but like how else do you get this? Like this is not, is it just the proportions? Like notice how his head really doesn't turn much. There's not really any cutscene that I've seen so far where we're looking at a character's head turn A to B. You know, like, dude, that looks like a painting. And like her head looks wrong, you know? Like notice how still their faces are. But then his head turns and it's fine. It's so strange. Not in a bad way. It looks just like I'm just curious. I think it's almost like the lighting seems baked for sure. Like the light on the tip of her nose is just there no matter what. So they're all front, and maybe it's that they're all front lit. But then, is it just the shader? Because his face, look at that. I mean, there's light. So weird. Very, I guess a better word would be curious. It's not weird, it's curious. Reminds me a lot of Telltale Games. Telltale's The Walking Dead looks a lot like that. You know, the characters have got a sort of like, they're just set up a certain way. I'm happy for them though. I want them to keep pushing art styles like that. Like, even if it's not necessarily my taste. It's good that we have people pushing different directions. It's such a risk. It's so cool. Like, look at that. Oh my God. I'm so impressed by him. I'd love to be, whoever's responsible for that studio they're a genius. They deserve so much success. Oof, didn't quite make it out of there. All right, let's think about what we're doing here. So we actually got it working. This is fine. The only thing is, I want this to show up when, in fact, it's nice because there's a condition on it. So we can take this label, we can go to prompt, and the condition can be disable, enable. The enable condition can be something like game object I guess the score canvas is active. And the disable prompt can be inactive. Let's try that. I just need something to appear on the screen to say the game has started. That's not right. Okay. Enable condition. I guess score canvas is true. Maybe the collider block then. Not really how I wanted to do it, but it's definitely going to work this way. How did I learn coding for Unity? I have a video on my channel right now on YouTube that talks about this to some degree. So I learned using a framework called processing. That's not right though. And I learned processing in Java for quite a while before I started trying to learn Unity. So like I already knew the code and then I learned the engine, because Java is very similar to C#. So learning Unity code was just like learning the Unity libraries. So it's not there now. And then I come in here, I skip this cutscene. I come out here. Oh, what? It's there? Oh, the collider is turned off. Oh, that's so annoying. Gosh. Okay. Now it'll be what I want it to be. So, no toggle. Ah, that's right. We're fixing that too. Okay, so I need it to be for him to not... The reflex attack needs to, like... if slow down... then we do that. And then there'd be some sort of like Boolean slowdown equals true. And what does a collision have? A collision has it's just a retro collision. A retro collision has a collider info. I could probably hack my way around this by saying reflex attack. I could probably hack around this by saying how do I do this? I could tag it. I could tag the collider. That's a very cheap way to do it. So I literally go here, I go tag, and I say no slow. Okay. All right. So we test it. First thing we do is we do... Okay, that didn't work. That didn't work. Why not? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Try to compile it, see what happens. Okay, first things first. That's the wrong direction anyway. That didn't do it. What's going on here? Null reference exception here. No such thing as collider tag, maybe? I mean... Oh, there is no tag. There is no tag in this case. Wait, but there should be properties. This is just a string. They should always have this stuff. Is that going to be null? collider props. Why is... I mean, surely that's the only thing that could be wrong here. Why would that be null? Because there just isn't any? That's fine. So then how could this be wrong? If that gets us to here, collider tag, it's just checking if a string equals something. String can't be null. Can it? What? It can be. What? I didn't know that was possible. I thought a string was like a primitive. I guess it's not. But, okay. Okay. If it's not null or empty, then slowdown equals... I still want to do this. Not that. That slowed it down. That was perfect. Okay. And then we do this. Talk to you. Skip the cutscene. Leave. Get over here. And then start the game. 1. Perfect. 2. Cool. We did it. So what do we want? We wanted to put the score like on him. The high score. It's not a bad idea. I mean, you'd think you'd put it right there, but where should it go? I don't want to just put it there. I think I'll come back and we'll add more flavor to him another time. No. That's not the input. It's quite a specific tutorial. I know it doesn't seem like it's that logical, and it's not, because it's trying to serve a different logic. So the idea in the game is that you counter the attacks by swinging in the opposite direction. However, in this case, because Armin has two horizontal attacks, one that goes forward and one that goes back, the one that goes back is the one you have to press for attacks that come forward towards you. Because if it was the opposite way, where enemies that had attacks that moved them backwards, if parrying that required you to move backwards, that doesn't work. Right? It's like either they come at you and you're going back, that's okay, or the other way, that's okay. That doesn't work. That does work. You know, if it was you had to do like a Street Fighter 3 red parry, where you sort of are moving forward while attacking, that does work. We could have made this the back arrow, but it's not. It doesn't work the other way, where now the enemy's doing an attack that sends them away from you, and your response to that is to move backwards. That doesn't work. So logistically, it has to be that you press back. So when an enemy charges at you, you go back like that. So you sort of stay with them. That's not good. Too early. I should probably make that then. It's something that I did that I probably shouldn't do, which is these have this. That should be there, and that should be nowhere. So that you have to be parrying the right thing. Like, that's correct. That's not correct. You shouldn't get the parry sound and then get hurt. Ouch. Also, there was something that went wrong there, or I think he did an overhead. We got the parry, but we didn't do any hit damage. What's the overlap between these? That's pretty good. That's down, that's down. No, I don't know why that didn't work. was that? Hello. Oh, that's good. I'm not sure. Back into it. Something about this. Armin was able to attack, and maybe it was this. Maybe it needs to be a couple more frames beyond. Man, I'm so dumb. Yeah, that was too early. That's fine. Thanks. Oh, I know I did that right. No. It's good. It's a good fight. I'm glad I'm losing. Like, it's got such a... It's so clear, you know, when you lose. It's so clear why. It's like, you did the wrong one, buddy. Cool. I love him. I love him. I should put more of him in there. Nah, that's rude. Shouldn't do that. I could put one down here. That would be brutal. I could put one here. Or even like over here somewhere or over here. I want to do enemy paraphernalia. Like I want to do wherever you see this guy, you see like this kind of feels like it's his home, this like shed thing. I want to do that more for enemies. Like reasons. The rock looking sus? This? A circle? Earlier? I don't know what you're looking at. This? 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 Anyway. This? So, just going to push this now, I think. Might also start color coding some of these things. So it would be, these would be green, this would be yellow, this would be red. It's not an easy way to color that, is there? Could use a different red. And the down hit is yellow and the up hit is green. Whoops. Well, that's kind of nice, actually, the way it flashes like that. Or do we just... What do we do? We go like that. We go like this. We paste this there. Nice. I'm thinking I should make it so that enemy hit smears have a color coding on them that tells you which direction they're in. Or at least something visual. I don't know what it would be yet. How would I do colors of the wind in this game? How would I make it so that you can see what direction an attack is in? I don't want to do the color elements. It's too much. Maybe I just do one streak, one of color. Or I literally take the hit smear and I paint it. So like the barbarian, when he does this attack, I literally take this. I go like this. I paint it. This is overhead, therefore it's yellow. But I gotta use the Insignia ensigns palette, and then I got to take this yellow and I paint it here, and then I take this and I make it, 57. And then this whip around is red. You wonder if I'm overcomplicating it? No, I don't think so. I'm not the what you are seeing is what has always been in the system. I'm just making it visible. No, I'm not saying this is like necessarily the right way to do this. This is what testing is for. Like I'm literally doing this for the sake of a play test. You know? I can't do it that way. I just have to do this. Ah, but it's an overhead, so it's yellow. Hang on a second. I just gave him clothes. I actually was going to give him clothes. That was going to be a big part of it. Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't like the colors. But if they're going to have specific directions you need to parry them in, I don't know what the alternative would be. You just have to watch. We just have to design them clearly. I'm not against that. It's just, it's hard. It's not going to feel fair to a lot of people. Like, why is that a forward attack, and that an overhead attack? If you can't see why. I mean, I prefer it white, obviously. I prefer it white. I would prefer for there to be some other kind of indication. But it makes a lot more visual sense according to the rules of the combat system. Like, if the thing is, if I can't do directional parries, then this whole encounter it's not something that can be in the game. And I think this is what makes it fun. I think this is what makes the game unique, is directional attacks. And the game's had directional attacks in it since before the last beta. In fact, it's had directional attacks in it since before we got funded. It just didn't have... it even had direction... I mean, that's the whole ensign system. That's literally what the combat system is. It's what makes the game unique. It's just how do I represent that for attacks that are not going to give you an ensign? So there have always been directional attacks. It's just a question of like, to what extent like how visible are they, basically? Yeah, well, I'm figuring it out as we go along. I don't have all the answers. That's so annoying. How many frames of this do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, four. $128, $128, 96. .4, 0.5, slice, apply. And then we target this. What the heck? Look at the exact same name. Okay. That feels better. But I think it needs to be a bit better. I don't like the flick at the end. Cool. So, I'm not saying either way that any type is better or worse. It's just that whether you have hints is a question. Yeah, that's right. What this is equivalent to is a conversation around whether or not Sekiro should have had, like, how much visibility should there be in Sekiro? That's what this really is. And it's the same question that I'm asking here. So in Sekiro, you have a few different kinds of counters. So this is like in Sekiro, there's the no, they don't have, I don't think they have explicit kanji. I think there's one kanji or whatever it is. It's like the death symbol. I don't know what it is. There's some symbol of like, this is unblockable. And then depending on what the enemy's doing, there are different things. So if they're looking like this, and they're about to thrust forward at you, you do the Mikiri counter, which is you press forward and you stamp on the spear, and then you can attack them. So there's like Mikiri. Then, if they're going to do a big sweep, they're going to do this. So if they're going to thrust forward, you push forward. If they're going to sweep around, you jump. And if they're going to do... There's one more. I think it's overhead. I think there's 3. There's some third one. It's been a long time since I played it. But there's basically 3 different things that an enemy can do. And there's one exact response for each of them. And it's not obvious which one it is. You have to read the animations for all of it. You always get the symbol. You always get this, which means death, I think. It's like that thing, whatever that is. And so, right, they made the choice to make it ambiguous. That you had to read the animation. It's not ambiguous, it's just that the information is not encoded in a way that is, it's fuzzy, right? Because is this going to come forward towards us, or is he going to sweep around? Is he going to do an overhead? Like, what is the difference between these? You sort of have to just learn the game. Exactly. And so for me, like, they could have done different kanji, right? They could have said like M, J, and like S or something like that. So it's possible that they could have done this, but then I suppose the design decision that they made was that they don't want people looking at that. They don't want people just being able to look at this and say, oh, okay, I'm just playing Simon Says. Because now that's the answer. You don't have to look here anymore. So for me, it's not as bad as all that. I mean, it is a pixel art game. It's a bit simpler, but it goes both ways because the sprites themselves are also, to a degree, kind of ambiguous. So like this here, is that a down attack or is that a forward attack? There's only one direction you have to press to parry. It's either up or it's back. And yesterday it was, you had to press the back button. Today you have to press up. So, I mean, I could solve this by making it, by like taking the smear and making the smear end down here. You know, I could do it like so that it looks like it's going from top to bottom more obviously. Right now it's just a slash. This is a forward attack. That's clear, right? Because it doesn't go up and it doesn't go down. So I could tell you as the player, hey, you just have to learn. You just have to pay attention. But then it's on me to make it fair. So this, I think you could say that's an overhead. It's clear. This, you could say, okay, that's a forward attack. This, you could say, okay, that's a forward attack. Probably. Or maybe it's up. Or, you know, like I have to be clear. And it could be that we need some kind of procedural, and this is the thing, right? There's when you're communicating information with animation, you have options. You either have some procedural thing that accompanies the animation that does the unambiguous job of telling the signal, or you have to, you know, toe that line, or what's the word, skirt around it. And then there's the question of fairness and punishment. You know, if it's an enemy you're going to fight a lot and they don't do a lot of damage, okay, you get hit once, you try the next thing, that works, you go on. If it's an enemy that can absolutely destroy you, like a boss, it's kind of annoying. I mean, like fighting Genichiro in Sekiro is like this. You know, it's like, okay, is that a, oh, nope, okay, I guess I got that wrong. You know, and you have to fight that boss 3 or 4 or 5 times before you even know which moves are supposed to be what, you know. So I guess for me, you know, there's a thesis here, right? I do this a lot with my games, I guess, this game specifically, where I have like a very specific, like there are rules, and those rules are mostly hard rules. So do I want to bring you along for the journey in understanding them? Like this green, this yellow, and this red are important. They map to this green. Right, that's this. I mean, if I make it really good, I would use the exact green, which is like this one. So I want you to say, you know, this is the green. Oh. When you see this green, you're parrying in the direction of the green. Down, green, down, green, down. You know what I mean? And that's the same thing with red. Red, back, red, back, red, back. You parry red attacks by moving back. So when you come against this hedgehog, here, red back. That's what I'm trying to do. And maybe the answer will be to make it explicit. Maybe I have to say, hey, like player, see, green, down. You tack down at the green. And maybe this is something that that it's okay if you learn it like towards the end of the game or towards the middle of the game. Like it doesn't have to be something you get right away, the relationship, but it'd be nice if someone was able to go on Reddit and say, hey, how does this work? And then someone else says, oh, it's that. And you go, oh, right. Oh, I see. You know, if the answer is, oh, I see, then it's fine. But if the answer is, oh, really? Oh, that's a bit cheap. That's no good. So the amount of information that there is in the game is one thing, but it's whether the information is able to be interpreted that I think is more important. Or justified, whether it feels like it's worthy of the justification that's given. I'm all for making the game ambiguous. It's just like, have I done a good enough job of justifying my decisions? That's yeah. Yes, the parry direction always correlates to the color of the ensign. That's exactly right. Yes, every red attack can be parried with the back arrow, and every red ability sends you forward. That is how it works. So this attack uses the same button as this attack, and it's a forward direction attack. It's an attack that sends you forward. Oh, really? Oh, I cancelled it. Was it because I let go? Hang on. No, you're supposed to ride on that wall. That's annoying. Okay, well, we'll get around to fixing that. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do a design language thing, but there is it's the question of like, do the hit smears need color? When an enemy is attacking you, you know, does it actually need to be does the smear as they swing need to be that color? I'm not sure it does. It's just, it means we have to be very clear. And I say this because we're designing enemies right now, like this one, where, you know, he has an overhead, an under, and a forward attack. You have to attack. Yeah, we could do the colored outline. We could do that. It's not out of the question to have it flash. It's not out of the question. It just means, I mean, they already, the enemies that are doing ensigns already flash with the color relating to their ensign. It's just that right now, I don't want to overload that to mean that you can capture an ensign from them. So like when this happens, see how there's the ensign is there and they're red outlined? I mean, maybe it's the difference between the outline is saying the direction and the flames and the icon tell you that it's an ensign. There are other indicators, like the fact that their health bar has the little dots on it. So his doesn't have any dots, which means you can't learn any from him. So maybe the red outline's correct. I could probably do that. I could probably script that up. Hey, Function, thank you so much. Murray the Human says, I have a rather odd problem that happens sometimes in Unity and no one seems to know how to fix it. I mean, let us know what it is and we'll see if we can fix it. Okay, I think this can be pushed now. I just want to take, I think we can do a build. I just want to get rid of this and then this goes, oh, that's already down there. I want this item to be something better. Yeah. One sec, pals. Okay, let's have a look. Sometimes specific objects I've imported lose collision in the editor, so I can no longer drag objects to just snap on top of it. That's very ambiguous what you're saying. Collision in editor? What do you mean by collision? Do you mean like you can't click on them? Or do you mean like they don't have colliders? Or do you mean in the editor, like in Unity 3D, if you drag an object into the scene, they'll snap on top of like the terrain or something like that? I see what you're saying. You're talking about placing things on colliders in the 3D game view. And is this placed objects they're already placed, or as you place them, they break? And yeah, is it the same object or different, or just any object? Uh-huh. But of the one kind of object? Like if you make a different kind of object, does it happen with that? Oh, all of the instances break when you do this operation? This could be a prefab overrides issue, it sounds like. I don't know. The thing is, I don't use Unity 3D. I only use 2D, so I don't know how the 3D collision system works. Okay. Cool. Okay, that's good. Oh, wow. Overrides? I got it right. That's what happens to me too. Overrides, they're terrible. Yeah, no. I mean, Unity has this thing where some things are considered overrides and then some aren't, and it has to do with transforms. I think there are kinds of properties that Unity has decided are default changeable without causing an override to happen. So it's very, I know this is the case with the canvas transforms, like rect transforms. There are things that will get ignored from the override system. But then there are things that will silently be part of the override system too. It's like weird. I have to go through exhaustively and figure out where these exceptions are. But like, for example, if you change the position of, what is it? There's a specific thing where if you change the size of an object that is being handled in the Unity 2D layout system for UI, the UI layout system, something that is supposed to fill the shape of its parent, if you assign that in the prefab, the prefab will not drive other instances. The instances will be considered silent overrides, and they won't even show up as like, I don't even know if they get bolded in the inspector. I think they're just considered, hey, transforms are allowed to be different because they're in different places, obviously. So we're not going to track the parent changes, even if you change it there. Even if you never assigned this as an override, it won't respond to the original master being changed, because this is a property that doesn't get updated. Unless you change it now manually, then it will get updated and be called an override. But if you leave it silently, it will be considered a non-override override. It's really annoying and vague, and yeah, if it's probably something like that sounds very similar to what you're describing. So just, all right. So, dude, these chests they're like too big. Although I think, nah, you can't have locked medium-sized chests. Only big chests get locked. And I'm done. So adds lock to Wilhelm chest. Push. So, how do we do this? Build settings, player settings, 7. Save it. And then make sure everything here is added to the build. Save that. File, build settings. I'm sure there was something that I needed to do. I just, for the life of me, can't remember what it is. Probably nothing. Let's just do it. Insignia builds. New folder. Insignia demo 0.8.7 alpha. All right. I'm going to push that. So, pals. Yo, Elzac, I beat Romeo. Last time we played Lies of P on stream. Did I mention that? It was so cheap how I won. I got so lucky. Do you want to see it? This will take a while anyway, so maybe we can play. Is it this massive 16 gigabyte file? One sec. 16 gigs, dude. What the hell? What was I doing that day? Oh, playing Age of Empires. Oh yeah, and then playing Lies of P. Oh, the background color is... Dude, I did this so many times. Someone in chat was like, you'll get it next time. I think that's gonna be it. Okay. We're good. I hate this. I don't think this is the winning run though. I have a feeling I don't win here. That sucks, man. I freaking hate that move. That move sucks. Roll out of that. That move sucks. I know you have to. I think this is the run. I think this will be it. The punch is actually really good damage. It's solid, man. Sorry, chat, one second. I can roll through those. I don't want to do it too late. I just started learning that you're supposed to roll through those. Bro, what are you doing with those moves? I hate that I can't remember what to do against the red attacks. Okay, this is the run. Watch this. This is not. I shouldn't have won this. Gotta just not get hit by you. I realized like very late that like a lot of his attacks you just dodge and then you get a free hit, but you have to dodge the first couple like that. You can just dodge that. He's actually a lot easier than he looks. For those, but then he has this nonsense. I'm like, what do? I block the first hit and then I roll through the second. I just make it out of this, right? Like I'm not doing okay. I got no more heals left. He's got like a third of his health left. Okay, watch this. He goes for the big flame attack, and I get the stagger. Oh. And I get a heal back. Somehow, he was right on being animation broken just for the flame attack. So I managed to... I'm dead if I have to dodge that, because I'm not going to dodge it. Now I've got like full health, he's only got a bit left. Did not deserve. I almost feel like I got robbed. Like I robbed him. There was a robbery. I am so lucky. Yeah. Anyway. Good fun. How are we doing here? 69, nice. I wonder if it's designed to be that way, actually. I never remembered was it a weak attack? Is it got like a low poise while he's charging it up? That would be very embarrassing for me if that's like the intended strategy and I thought I was like cheating. What? The player character or me? I don't think I'm that good at it. I think I struggle with it. I mean, I spent, what, like 2 or 3 hours on that boss overall. That's a long time. That's the longest that boss has taken. That's the longest any boss has taken so far in Lies of P for me. And that specific moveset is very tricky. He's got a lot of fake outs. It's a good fight, but I think I would need maybe like another couple playthroughs before I feel like it's just brainless. Like a lot of Elden Ring is brainless for me at this point because I played it so many times. Yeah, he has so much movement. Like when he like whips around the screen and he's like over there now and then he jumps at you. It's like, yeah, you're fighting what's his name from One Punch Man, you know, the cyborg Genos. You know, he's freaking boosting around the stage. What do? You just stand there and hope you can parry. I'd like to play some more, but I'm busy tonight. I really like One Punch Man. I think it's one of my favorite anime. I haven't seen beyond the second season though. Maybe third? What? Is it no good? Oh no. I liked 1 and 2. Dude, the opening is so good. One Punch! Just rewatch season 1. Oh, is this the one with the guy sliding down the hill? This thing? I saw this meme.
One Punch Man continues to surprise. Drew PNG and kept slipping, bro. Oh no. I thought, I mean, that's what you do, right? You just hold the pose and you slide on the hill. It's such a shame. I feel like every anime like that, I really feel like if you have a setup that has a baked in emotional, tension in it, you have to resolve the tension by the end. You have to. Hey, Virtual. Welcome. Thank you so much. So like in One Punch Man, the problem is he has all this power, but he has no recognition. So I feel like the arc of One Punch Man needs to be he loses all of his power and then has to work to get it back. And when he gets it back, he gets all the recognition that he should have had the first time. To me, that was what would make One Punch Man a good show. If something happens and he loses it, and then he has to work to get it back and becomes the hero that he wanted to be, or like, you know, was training to be. And it would be some story about, the moral would be something about like why we fight, you know, why we work hard to improve ourselves, you know. So like maybe he doesn't, I don't know. I know it's not the joke, but the joke can only sustain the show for so long. Like if it's just a joke, let season 1 be the whole show, you know? If season 1 is all of One Punch Man, I'm happy with that. As the premise, the beginning and the ending, he's just so strong. Lol. But I think there's a tension there, right? It's almost like the Superman thing. It's like you want him to reveal himself as Clark Kent. You want that to be the case. But with comics, they never end. They always have to keep the arc going forever. So, well, at least not the comics, but you know how it is. They end it, but then they start it again. But otherwise, they have to just keep it going forever in this serial fashion. Whereas, like I'm watching Berserk. I'm reading Berserk at the moment. I watched the original, and I find Berserk is like, if Guts doesn't get revenge on Griffith by the end of it, if that doesn't happen, where are we go? What are we doing? You know what I mean? That's why I didn't like Evangelion, because it's like, what is the moral of Evangelion? Why have all the cool mech stuff if you're just gonna do a weird like fake out at the end and kind of just be like, what do I take away from that ending? It's just kind of sad. Yo, we did a build. It's finished. I'm just gonna zip it up and see what I can do. See if I can ship it. Insignia build 7 alpha. Do not push that. Zip this. Compress to zip. We can do it like this. I feel the same way. I think like the Evangelion premise is amazing. The start of it is great, but it doesn't. It's so depressed with itself. You know, it's clear the creator was so depressed that I don't feel good about it. Maybe they just hug it out. I mean, I think it's okay. Like if Berserk is a revenge story, but it's something about losing your humanity, I think that's fine too. You know, I think if Guts gets a hold of a Baylet, like I'm only 100 and something chapters in. I've watched the end of the Golden Arc. I think that's like what, 180 or something. And I've read the bit just after the Golden Arc ends. So like, I feel like if it's watching the descent of a character be like consumed by madness and vengeance, that's fine. I love that. But like, you gotta push the drama all the way to the end. I want them both to die in that case, you know? You can't like any manga or anime or story where the core tension is abandoned for a different one. That just makes me upset. It's like someone puts a lovely steak dinner in front of you, and then right as you're about to eat it, they've been taunting you with it, and then right at the end they swap it for like porridge. It's like, even if I liked porridge, I've been smelling steak dinner. Okay, this is an executable for Windows. And sorry, chat, one sec. It's the 23rd of Jan. This is 7 Alpha. Oh, yum. I'm just wrapping up. One sec.
They're the cheaper chips.
Uh-huh.
Kind of
Still good.
yeah, they're woolly.
All right, new build is up. Time for me to go. Thanks, everyone. I'll provide a full bug fix patch and update in the forums. And I'd like to get your feedback. Oh, that's a great thumbnail, isn't it? Oh. I'd love to get your feedback in the Discord, particularly on combat. And if you're just doing the playtest for the sake of combat, I'd be happy for you to just leave it in the Discord rather than doing a full review. But yeah, let me know what you think. Let's raid Jitspo. Thanks, everyone. Had a lot of fun. This is a good week. I hope you had a good week too, and I'll see you next week. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Wishlist Insignia if you're a real one. That's it. Till next time.